they ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I don't know. I'm trying to find that out myself. What's the information on it? Like there's a Garmoth RBF event going on. This we already have. I can't find it on the KR page. Oh, you didn't see that posted in the meme Discord already? Yeah, Valkia posted that like 4 days ago. Apparently we're fucking you guys. Wait, was Global Lab a day earlier or something? No. Yeah, I don't even know. Get out of here, Dragor. Kissing my ass when you want something, huh? Kissing my ass when you want something. Soon as I give it to you, fucking Dragor, mean Dragor is coming back. You said... Where is it? Hi, cutie pie. Like 7 messages ago. I mean, there's not really options in terms of damage, right? Oh, no, that's not it. No. Here we go. All right. Just anything that can be AP goes AP. Right? There's not a lot of options in this game when it comes to going damage. You realize as you start filling out your crystals, you start with the best ones, and as you go down, you realize, oh, I'm running out of options. Okay, let's, Villa, that's what we're missing. You gonna get your shit ran by every single person you run into, Dragor? Yeah, how's that? How's that? Huh? I can yap back too, you son of a bitch. Okay. I must be using the wrong crystals. Jesus, I feel for Choice so fucking much. He basically works. I couldn't imagine ever working with my wife. He basically works with Janae. And he's fucking sitting here trying to do his job. And she's just fucking yapping in his ear, commenting on everything he says. Holy fuck. That would drive me crazy. How many of you would love to work with your husband or your wife? How long do you think your marriage or relationship would last if you worked together? Oh my god. I'd rather be unemployed. That's crazy. But kind of true. Those are the lights of the sewage treatment plant. Oh shit. It's working overtime, huh? Also had to adjust his hours for this to happen? Yeah. He's gonna end up going back to just streaming nights. Babe, I'm just gonna stream while you're asleep. So I can work in peace, please. For the love of God, let me work in peace. If he's happy, that's all that matters. Yeah, well. We'll see how long that lasts. I already sensed. I've seen a lot of relationships over my years, and I've been in relationships for a lot of mine. And you can tell when something's starting to get under somebody's skin, and they're trying to be nice, not be like, "Yo, can you like just let me talk?" Fuck. Dragor. It probably works for them because they don't live together, right? So there is that separation. That's why it's not as big of a deal for them. There's a graph for this, attractiveness versus red flags. What is it? How many red flags you're willing to ignore based on how attractive the person is? I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't find Janae attractive at all. If she's very, I mean, I don't want to talk bad, but she seems very produced. Whereas somebody like Aramnita, she's like naturally pretty. You like me? Hey, I appreciate that. You know what? I like you too all of a sudden. Crazy how that works. Compliment me? See, Dragor, take some lessons. Just think, if Dragor put in as much effort as shit-talking me, or into practicing as he does into shit-talking me, he might actually be able to take down Dukes. It's kind of like when you buy a cake at the grocery store and there's 3 inches of the shitty frosting on top of the cake underneath. Yeah, it fucking exactly like that. If I wanted frosting, I would have just bought a container of frosting and sat there and ate it like a bowl of ice cream, like a degen. But I don't want that. I want the cake. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Produce, that's how I'm going to start describing it too. It's the best way to describe it without, like, I'm not trying to be offensive. Like, I'm not saying that she's ugly. I could see how some people find her attractive. It's just not my type. I've always preferred a woman that uses makeup to accentuate her features very subtly instead of use it to replace features, you know? Why does it say this content's no longer available, Dragor? Can you get us a proper link? Yeah, same deal. No longer available. Damn, Dragor. You really suck at the internet. I bet Dukes would make that link work. Kajara, goddamn. It's not that serious. Holy. Nah, Kajar doesn't actually hate anybody. He just has zero tolerance. I don't hate anybody, I hate everybody. Yes. There's more than enough hate to go around. I'm a mass producer. Didn't they just go on vacation together, though? Weren't they only gone for a week? I couldn't imagine going to somewhere like the Dominican and only going for a week. If you're going to put in all that effort to travel somewhere like that, that's what I heard. Maybe I was misinformed. But if you're going to go on a vacation like that, man, minimum 2 weeks. Minimum. What's this, Dragor? Yeah. Why the Hello Kitty sweater all of a sudden? Oh, every time I look at that picture, it's fucking different. I hate the fact that there's a possibility now one day where somebody types Zethian into the fucking Google search, and when they click on images, all of that shit starts coming up. And that's their first impression of me. Holy fuck. I'm gonna start banning all that AI shit. What is this thing? Oh, seed pouch, that's right. Oops. Accidentally slow cast it. Might as well let it rip. Actually, I probably should get a Karanda. Karanda. That's what I heard. I don't know. It might not be true. I mean, they were both gone during that time. I have my doubts though. Maybe people were just speculating. Because like I said, especially in the case of her, right? Is like she's traveling where the fuck does she live again? Wherever she lives. It's across the fucking ocean, doesn't really matter beyond that. But if she's gonna travel that far and they're gonna meet up in like a tropical place, I would not want to go for just 1 week. Because the logistics of setting all that up, you might as well squeeze in 1 more week. At that point, squeezing in like making a 1 week trip, 2 weeks, it doubles the length that you're there for such a minimal increase in everything else, right? In terms of effort, money, and all that shit. Make it a month. Ideally, you would do like 3 weeks or a month. A month starts stretching it a bit, right? Because now you're talking about a month of no income, and the opportunity cost of that goes up. But I think bare minimum 2 weeks. A month staying together is a really good test of a relationship. That too, right? That too. Those fucking boots! Holy! I'd be a behemoth. I'd be fucking 7 feet tall. Oh my goodness. Maybe more. Look at those fucking things. That looks like somebody sawed off a fucking chair leg and put it on the heel. Holy shit. I'd definitely turn some heads walking into the room like that. What is wrong with you, Dragor? Why are you posting that in his chat? Yo, Mr. Big P! Yo, I appreciate the raid so much, brother. I always feel bad. I came in late to that conversation. I was like, I want to type this, but I hate coming in late to a conversation because I'm probably just going to be like completely off point. And this is probably a tangent. But I was like, I'll just make sure I preface what I'm saying with that. I always try my best not to come into a conversation late and think I understand what I'm talking about. Or I know what's being talked about. You're here to inject yourself? What are we talking about? We're talking about how pretty you guys are. Every one of you chatters are so pretty. Dragor, holy fuck! I need to like give you a week ban. Because you just typed so much nonsense in my stream that I just can't fucking help it. I can't help it. What was I gonna say? Biseptimus. Biseptimus has the best viewers. He likes less than some? True. Well, that's the thing, right? I had a whole conversation with, I don't even remember who it was, but to me, intent is everything. When somebody like Dragor comes in here and starts busting my balls about stuff, I know he's just trying to have a good time. It's kind of like just fun and jest. When somebody comes in purposely trying to irritate, right? It's completely different, and you can tell who the difference between the people are. If somebody's just coming to provoke and irritate, and they're not trying to be funny and have like a back and forth, and like sometimes they're like a normal functioning member of society, other times they're, you know, kind of playful. When they're just constantly just only coming in to be a fucking douche, yeah, see you later. Congrats. You got a reaction. Now you can go take that reaction somewhere else because you're not allowed to do it in here anymore. Right? So intent is everything. And the thing is, too, right? When you guys come in here and you hang out, and like when you fall into that second category where you hang out sometimes and then other times you playfully make jabs at me, right? That just gives me permission to make jabs back, right? It's kind of a back and forth. If I make jabs at you, I better be prepared to get jabs back and vice versa. No, I know Kinjara was talking about Dodo, and that's why I'm mentioning intent, right? Is Dodo isn't trying to be irritating. He just has... I think I understand the way his brain thinks, right? Is he has like ADHD, and he'll be typing something, and in the middle of typing that, one of the things he's thinking about, like he's typing as he's thinking, and then as soon as whatever he's thinking about reminds him of something else, he presses enter, ships that previous thought, and immediately starts typing the next thought. And sometimes some words get skipped, right? So he doesn't completely finish that thought, and then he presses enter, ships the thought, moves on to the next, and the back end of that original thought is now gone, right? So I feel like that is what's happening with him, but he's not trying to be annoying. He's not trying to bother anybody. He just has an extremely busy mind. And that's why I don't have an issue with him. I'm going to try to work with him and be like, you know, right? And yesterday he was way better than the other day. But just be like, you know what? For the most part, try to stay on topic. Don't need to type every thought. I think part of it too is like he gets banned everywhere he goes so quickly. He doesn't have places where people are willing to be like give him a little bit of time and be like, you know what, dial it back a bit. He's just he's an interesting character, right? His mind works differently than us. And unfortunately, a lot of people, and understandably so, are extremely overwhelmed by it. And it frustrates them. Because it's difficult to have a conversation with somebody like that. Because, like, I turn my head for a moment and I look back, and there's 4 different, 5, 6, sometimes 10 lines of text typed in my chat. And every single one is a completely separate thought, so it becomes difficult to have a conversation, right? But yeah, his intent isn't malicious, so... We all got that block option? That's true. You guys can definitely, like, I don't feel comfortable banning him. Especially if he's making an effort. He even said, too, he says, if I'm too much, he understands he's much, right? He even said to me, if I'm too much, just let me know and I'll leave. but I definitely understand for you guys it feels overwhelming. So, I mean, there is the block feature for you guys. I'm going to continue trying to be, you know, tolerant of it. And you know, help them out. Yo, what's up, Manzi? And we've dealt with Trep for years. I can handle another Tylenol abuser? What? Tylenol abuser. Holy. Yeah, you can leech the weekly. I'm on Valencia 4, I think. Yeah. Come on down. If anybody needs to get their weekly, you're more than welcome to come down and leech. I got some leftover sausages in the fridge today. I'm gonna make myself like a little breakfast hash, I think. Scramble some eggs. Fry up the sausages. Like cut them up into pieces, fry them up. Maybe dice up some peppers and some onions. Shit, maybe I'll make a little hollandaise too. No, that adds a bunch more work. I want something quicker. Only your mom's sausage monstrosity. Only your mom's. Oh, I always forget that the Krogdalo horse does all 3 buffs. Oh my god. Can we extend that to Voltarian, please? 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 Oh. I'm so strong now. I'm so strong. You know what I'm going to do next AFK phase? I'm going to go outside and quickly clean up some dog shit in the backyard. There's not much, but we got like... It snowed yesterday, but then it melted. And I don't want that shit to get buried for the winter. So I have to fucking dig it out like an archaeologist in the spring. I'll wait till the next AFK phase, though. Won't take me long. I'm sure I'll be able to get it done before the AFK phase is done. I usually stay on top of it. Multi, watch out, there's a frog coming for you! Why the hell's that frog trying to go so far, though? What the hell? You're like way up on that wall. Man, you must stink, Multi. He smelt you from a mile away. Put some clothes on! Put some clothes on you, Abby! You know what's kind of crazy to think about now? Once you're full pen armors, you effectively have 20 more DR and 20 more evasion than when you were TED armors. It's like a pen cadre and half a sizzle. Oh my god! Why does the frog keep trying to come to you up there? Oh, he's dancing up there with his maid too. Of course he is. Oh, of course he is. Look at them. Dancing in the moonlight. I'm excited to do Caphras this week. I actually have not paid attention to that fight at all, so I'm going to be going into it blind. Is it a fight where you can actually die, or is it another one where you just roll your face across your keyboard? Don't tell me the mechanics, I want to go into it blind. I hope they make the next 5 castles challenging. No. You can no longer cheese caps with species damage. Well, he is an archer, so if he didn't hit hard, then they would have really fucked up. I played an AOS game last night, and my teammates frustrated the hell out of me. It's like they forgot that archers do ungodly amounts of damage, and they forgot that warriors down smash. And they kept trying to greed their Vs, while an archer is peppering them from the fucking distance, and a warrior is getting ready to down smash them. Pissed me off. The fucking teammates just did not V multiple fucking rounds. One was a striker and the other was... Actually, I think it was Dukes. Wasn't that you, Dukes? Dukes and a striker, I believe it was. I know I played with Dukes one time last night. That might have been the time now that I think about it. Not being in an AOS is a player's basic right. Yeah. Zach was the archer. That's right. Yeah, yeah. And then Liger was the warrior. Like, if you watch the tournament, right? If you watch the AOA tournament, warriors down smash like crazy. They're damn near guaranteed to land at least one, and potentially three. Why would you risk getting down smashed multiple times with an archer blasting you? But, I still appreciate those games a heck of a lot more than playing with mutes. Because AOS to me, I enjoy the team play aspect of it, and it annoys me when it just feels like I might as well be an RBF. How would Dukes possibly know that Warriors down smash? True. It's not like he plays that class. The best Lightstone set now, if you're over the cap, strictly for PvE, Vicious Shadows is the go-to these days. You wear the species damage until you hit the cap, and then you wear Vicious Shadows once you're beyond it. Unless you're a class that really needs crit chance, then you use... what is it called? It uses blades, but it's not called blade. Death Blow, yeah. If you're a class that really needs crit chance, then you use Death Blow. Yeah. Yeah, and if you're wanting to just grind on Arsha but be ready for PvP at the same time, then Target Openings is good for that. It gets you most of what Vicious Shadows gives you, but it's also a setup that is fully, you know, effective in PvP. With the Reforgers, not sure Deathblow has much value. Not for all classes, but probably still for some. But yeah, it is nice being able to swap your Reforgers now. So, what do we know about this Night Vendor event that's coming, you guys? Do we know anything about it? I heard Biseptimus talking about it briefly. Is this going to be a good opportunity to stock up on some 300 stacks, or is it some different Night Vendor event? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Multi. That's what I'm wondering. I hope I have energy on my... Yeah, I think all my characters are capped on energy right now. Or pretty close, actually. They're just about to hit cap. Yeah, it has definitely gone down quite dramatically. I was thinking yesterday they should give us the ability to devour stacks into other stacks. That'd be kind of sick. It would help make a lot of the lower stacks we all have laying around actually useful. Okay, I'll be back in 1 second. Yeah, I'm back. I'll have to do the other half during the next AFK phase. Thought I had a bag outside to put it in, but I didn't, so I had to run upstairs and go grab it, and then I had to fight with it to open it, because for some reason it wouldn't open. Some said the Night Vendor this time might sell Adonia stones, but very, very rare. That would be crazy. I'm using all my herbal medicine fucking roll of Night Vendor rolls if that's the case. Holy fuck. Shit, maybe it's time for me to work on my energy. Not even 500 energy per day per character. Wouldn't it be 1,000? Because you get the initial 500 plus the hour of regeneration. Although you would have to rotate. You could only do 24 characters a day because it's only 24 hours. So maybe that wouldn't work so much. Wine for energy? I know. What the hell? Why did they ever get rid of that anyways? I can't remember. They did it when they added mastery, huh? For some reason they want to limit gathering? Yeah. God forbid those people gathering make $1 bill an hour. I honestly think that they compare all life skills to grinding, but grinding without loot scrolls or any loot buffs. That's why everything else has fallen behind. I wouldn't be surprised if you took away all your loot buffs and all your loot scrolls and grinded, if then, like, life skilling was viable against that. Watch them make it like 100 bill per Adonia stone that shows up in the Night Vendor, if that does end up being the case. You guys all excited for this weekend? to watch or for you finalists to participate. I'm excited. I want to make an actual list too, and we can tally up which guild wins the most. Which guild will have the most champions, because that means that they're obviously the superior guild. Right, chat? Right, chat? Right, chat? Right, chat? Chat? Ludi? Oh my god, that man played his fucking ass off. Holy shit. That man went berserk. If you would have asked me a week ago, Multi, if you would have told me a week ago or suggested that a Suck Ranger was going to make it to the finals, I would have laughed in your face and been like, yeah. What magical world are you living in? But I don't know. I guess the Awaken nerfs have been kind of rough. It was so funny too, because I had somebody molding in my chat when those matches were going on that this arena shrinking so small is so unfair for ranged classes. Oh my god, if it didn't shrink in, just imagine the massacre. The Awaken nerfs or the Awaken nerves? You think it was the nerves? Wait, why do I still have 2 more base Sissels there? Huh? You know what that means, right, chat? Here we go, chat. Can we go 4 for 4? We are so crazy! Yeah, we're back, chat. There we go, chat. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Yo, good morning, Pinks. Are you happy with the schedule for your match? Does that work out for you? I wonder if we're going to have any no-shows for the finals. Hell yeah. How you feeling about your opponent? Siphon, right? Siphon will be your hardest match for sure. Or you're sure? Hell yeah. That's what you like to see in the finals. Yeah, it doesn't show the time, but it does show the order, right, and the start time. So you can roughly speculate. You know, it's going to be probably an average of 2 minutes a round. It's a best of 5, so first to 3, which, you know, could be anywhere between 3 to 5 rounds, so 6 to 10 minutes. You average that at 8 per. Maybe average it at 10 to assume, like, if there's any technical difficulties or whatever, which there might be. They did a pretty smooth job though over the weekend. I don't know. I'm suspecting they'll get through about 5 or 6 classes an hour. I think 5 conservatively. Depends how much yapping they do. Well, I think the yapping is intended to be filler, right? While they set up the matches, that's what the yappers are there for. Three to 4 classes? I think 20 minutes, you think? I don't know. 4 maybe. I could get on board with 4. 3 seems like, man, if they're only doing 3 an hour, they're kind of fucking up. That's true. If you average in the break, maybe. They'll probably do like 2 30-minute breaks. Yeah, well, that's why I averaged it at 4 rounds and 2 minutes a round. I mean, we're going to see some rounds go like probably real fast, right? What class is going to have super fast rounds? I mean, there's a bunch that can. You got to remember, too, it's the finals. Some people are going to be shaking like a leaf, right? They're going to be so nervous. Man, I'm hungry. After this rotation multi, I'm going to quickly go make myself brunch. Have a little bit of an early breakfast / lunch. I haven't eaten yet today. As soon as I get back, we'll finish off your quest. If you're not done yet, I don't think you will be. 3rd breakfast? Shut up. Yeah, if you count the last 3 days. Actually, I didn't eat breakfast the last 2 days. Bro just ate yesterday and he's eating again? You bastards, shut up. Yeah, I'm gonna eat tomorrow too. What you gonna do about it? Yeah, I'm thinking 4 to 5 an hour. Maybe you're right. Maybe like once you factor in the breaks. Maybe 4 to 5 classes an hour. How many? They're separating all the classes across 2 days each, right? So there's what, 27 classes? That's like 14 classes a day. If they do 4 to 5 classes an hour, that's 3 hours plus. Yeah, maybe 4 hours if they do a break too, right? Getting people in and ready going to take a bit too. I don't think that's any more effort than what they just had, right? They just did, like, they just showed that they are actually pretty good at organizing that. And they were doing it across multiple arenas. This time they don't need to do that. They're just doing one arena. I think they kind of got that on lock. I was impressed with how smooth it ran. They were taking extra precautions too. Like there was one time where one of the GMs DC'd and it kicked everybody out of the arena. Luckily the match hadn't begun yet. Like it had just begun, but nobody had done anything. And in order to make sure that the DC didn't cause any issues, they just restarted the whole arena. Like kicked everybody out and made a fresh one. To avoid any potential unforeseen outcomes, right? Yeah. Oh, and that's another thing too. Yeah. The with the previous best in class, they had to reset people's BSR at the beginning of every round. So they would have to start the match, then end the match, and then start the match immediately, right? Where now it automatically resets BSR, so that helps save them a bunch of time. Now it eats your shards. Going in fresh every round. I like it. At least it eats your opponent's shards too, though, right? I don't know if you heard the other day, Multi, but I was telling people how your VIP is because you won your best, the previous best in class. I said I'm gonna have to revoke all of these and give them to the new winners. How to go through, strip all the VIPs away. All the new winners earn it. The stakes have never been higher to win the tournament. Now there's a real reward. Fuck the Griffin. Fuck the Pearls. Fuck the Arsha weapon skin. There's VIP in Zeth's chat on the line. You guys are lucky I didn't announce that earlier. There would have been 3 times as many people signed up for every class. I wish I could make more custom badges, not just like VIP and stuff. It'd be cool if you could make more custom badges to assign to people. You could make like a Master Class Champions badge. A Village Idiot badge for Dragor, yeah. Dunce cap for Dragor? Oh my god, Dragor. They're on your ass. They are on your ass. And I'm here for it. But for real, what big name players didn't sign up for the class? So many people this time? There is actually, right? Like, take a look at Kuno. No Chakram, no Flow Ring. No details for Wizard. Did Precision sign up anywhere? Like, I don't think Precision was in the tournament either, and that guy's a fucking fantastic player. All the people that got banned recently? Oh yeah, no Isaac as well. I can't imagine all those guys got banned though. Like, once again, like, details, he's never struck me as like a fuck around and grief people kind of guy. Oh fuck. I just realized. Pace, oh yeah, Len, Flow Ring, Chakram, Precision, Curvy, Kobe, Blur, Grim, Yasuni, Details, Snow God. I don't know if I'd include Snow God with the rest of those guys. You might as well throw in Dragor with Sages at that point. Dude, stop talking about me. You are so pissed. I don't know if Flowering even plays BDO anymore. I think when we were streaming the Kuno matches, he popped in here briefly and was like, I should have signed up for the Crons. But yeah, I don't think he really plays anymore. Unless I'm fucking up who he is on Twitch. His name's His Kunoichi on Twitch, right? Or am I crazy? Am I mixing him up with someone else? That's not him? Oh, fuck. Maybe I'm mixing him up with someone else. Yeah, maybe he doesn't play anymore then. Fuck, who's His Kunoichi then? I'm gonna have to check his message history. User His Kunoichi. Did I even spell that right? I did! Let's see. Old Magnus. I'm a Savior main since 2019. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely not him. Wait, who's His Kunoichi then? Uh-oh. My lights just flickered. Oh, my power doesn't go out. Oh yeah, food time. I'll be right back, Multi. We'll finish this up right after. Storm? No, there's no storm or anything, but there is construction going on in the neighborhood. But I thought they were done, like, the majority of it. They should be just paving the street now. But they had to rip up, like, half a kilometer of road and replace the water lines underneath and all that shit. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's just someone else completely. I don't know why I thought that was Flowering. First or second lunch? Why are you always thinking about my food, Gregor? It's weird. What's my XP at? 75%. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. Well, chat, I am a little disappointed that I had no bell peppers. But look at this. Look at this. Wait, where's my camera? Where's my camera at? There we go. Here we go. Look at this shit. Ooh, made a little hash. There's sausage, egg. I shredded up some potatoes, some cheddar cheese. Just missing some peppers in there. I can't wait for third lunch. That remind me. Swap characters for a second. Has anybody gone through all the classes and done like a prediction on who they think they're going to win? Who's going to win? Winston always wins. Not in demo. I think it might be fun to bring it to a chat vote. Show the two classes, run a chat vote, and then let you guys see if the majority is right. The Neptunes of Deadeye. Oh my god. I'm actually so sad that Neptunes got eliminated. I thought it would be absolute cinema if Neptunes ended up winning. Holy. Yeah, it would have been so fucking good. I was praying for him to win. Either getting knocked out first round, which would be content too, or winning the whole thing. But everything in between just it's kind of whatever. "28 years from now, an employee at Wendy's would hear about it." Yeah, when they fucked up his order, right? "I wanted a fucking chocolate frosty. Do you know who I am? What's with this vanilla shit?" This is fucking good. Holy. Today you're hitting pity on Hex? Oh yeah, that shit's tonight, eh? Reset. You know who I am, Incident? Yeah. That's kind of funny incident too, eh? Although, to be fair to her, I think she was saying that ironically. I never actually even really heard about her much before that incident. But I like to think a streamer would say that ironically. Like Makari. What was that line from Makari? Uh, show me my reputation. Oh, what the fuck was it? God damn it, I can't remember. Kind of like that, right? We say that ironically. I'm not an optimist or a pessimist. I'm a realist. You got permaban for that? What the hell? If I had drama like that, I'd lean into that shit because that's just kind of funny. Okay, I'm gonna go get a glass of water. I forgot to grab a drink. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Who cares, honestly? Yeah, that's really the best way to go about it. Lunais? I don't even know who Lunais is. Not toxic. I mean, you can't expect me to know who everybody is. Yeah. Let's finish this quest off for Multi. He's probably thinking to himself, get on with it, old man. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I feel like kind of changing it up. Let's put on the shadows. Let's put on one more resist crystal. Fuck, what do you even swap out for a resist crystal? A stalwart? I guess so. So I won't need the thing. Okay. What do the reforgers look like? Those are fine. Could drop the DR for crit chance. Let's do it. Oh, so annoying. I have to save after every one. %93 critical hit rate. It's still nighttime for like 5 more minutes, isn't it?
That or Max.
Nope, no problem, multi. Oh shit, chat. Something new posted by Black Desert 15 minutes ago. Oh. Yeah. It's coming, chat. It's coming. I bet you guys thought it was more than that. I know. They'll probably start hyping up Savior pretty soon, right? Um, yeah, I'll be streaming Saturday. I won't be streaming Sunday, though. Actually, it's usually around the time that I end stream on Saturday. So I might not be able to watch them live, but maybe we'll watch them like on Monday. We'll watch the reruns. I'll be watching them live for sure, but maybe we'll watch it together on stream on Monday as well. We could all talk about our favorite moments and stuff. As for my most anticipated, honestly, all of them. Obviously, the ones where I've like socialized and know the people more, I'm looking forward even more to those. Yeah, Force Hunter and Suna. I'm really curious how that matchup even looks like. I don't know if I've ever seen Suck Musa versus Suck Musa. Usually, like, Awaken Musa versus Suck Musa is the Awaken Musa just fucking running full speed at the Suck Musa. Just trying to trade it down, because it's a lot more protected, right? And then the Suck Musa has to be a lot more calculated. But with Suck Musa and Suck Musa, I imagine there's going to be a lot of attempts to, like, poke and bait. But obviously want all the homies to win. On Dog, Pig, Corgi, Divios, you. Lots of people. Really curious about Kyreem and Kelb. Septimus and Bobo. Definitely putting my money on Bobo, but rooting for either of them. But because of the weird circumstances that Biseptimus is being put in, I think it's going to be tough for him to play at his best. And I think with an opponent like Bobo, you really got to be playing at your best. Yeah, but Biseptimus is in a weird situation because he's casting the EU tournament, so he's got to get up early, cast the EU tournament, try to catch as much practice, and get some sleep before his NA matches as much as he possibly can. And then on top of that, he has to play on not even his normal setup and normal keyboard. And if he gets a converter for his keyboard, I imagine that might introduce some latency. So, although I'd be interested in what kind of PC is he using now that has a PS2 input. He must be getting like custom built motherboards. But yeah, there's a lot of weird things that are not working in Biceptimus's favor for that matchup. So if I were a betting man, I'd give it to Bobo. I can't remember who Multi's facing for Mystic. Maybe we'll go over it in a second. After during this AFK phase, let's go over all the classes and see who all the finalists are. Because I actually missed the first day and part of the last day. Oh yeah, Kairos. I always think of Kairos, the old iconic player. Oh yeah, it'll be huge for Biceptimus if he pulls off a W in that situation. Okay, let's see. Where's the top of it? There it is. Okay, so for NA, I mean, we know who we have here. For some reason, it's taking forever to load. What the actual fuck? Okay. Is challenge dead right now or something? Well, that sucks. I think their website is like fucking dead right now. I don't know if it's working for anybody else. Yeah, it's just not working right now for me. See what happens if I turn on my VPN. Oh, now it's working? Interesting. Oh, okay, yeah, look at that. Stezane made a list. Beautiful. So... Right, so for Warrior, we got Sunny versus Bobo. We just talked about Ludi versus Ladernall. I'm rooting for Ludi. I don't know who Ladernall is, but the Suck Ranger make it to the finals. I'm rooting for him. Sork, Gunism versus Casphere. Definitely put my money on Gunism. Gun's been around for a long time, and he's so clean with it. Casphere definitely has their work cut out for him. Milky versus Viven. Probably lean towards Viven. Emma versus Say. Don't know who Say is. Honestly, it's actually kind of mind-blowing that Mamo didn't make it to the finals. I'm still kind of flabbergasted by that. Mamo's always been him. But in a best of 3, right? You never know what'll happen. Does he even play BDO? Mamo? He does, yeah. He was in the tournament. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure every single one of these players is solid, right? For them to have made it to the finals. Siphon versus Pinks. I think that's going to be a very interesting matchup because Siphon definitely seems like he has a different playstyle than your usual Meiwa. So it'll be interesting to see how... But you're, like... You won pretty decisively too. Like you were so clean, Pinks. Corgi versus Despair. I think that'll be a bit of a battle. If I remember correctly, Corgi was streaming himself doing a lot of AoE practice. I think that was with Despair, unless I'm not remembering correctly. And it looked like it was a slugfest. Mahiru versus Miss. I don't know who Mahiru is, but Miss played their ass off. Yeah, Mazap versus Chizian. Don't know who Chizian is. But Mazap's the homie, so I'll be rooting for him. Huntler versus Fabi, definitely be rooting for Huntler, but Fabi will be a tough fight. Belly versus Ela. Belly is fucking nuts at Witch. I definitely would put my money on Belly. Dark Knight. Agony versus Umbras. Not really two names I would have expected. Honestly, don't know a whole lot about either of them, but I recognize Agony's name. I know I've seen him around. Striker, Godski versus Pig. Gonna be rooting and pulling for Pig. Kyrios versus Multi-Melter. I like both those guys. Probably be rooting for Multi. Rhea versus Azuria. I'd like to see Azuria win. Archer, definitely be rooting for Zach. Shy, Megu. Oh my god, I think it's going to be Megu is every time I see that man in AOS, I'm like, oh god. Okay, guys, lock in. Just because it's a Shy on the other team, we cannot be in his next montage of him 1v3ing or 1v2ing. Guardian, you got Lorien Gospel and Backstep Slash. Yeah, kind of indifferent about that fight. Same with Heshashin. You got Heart King and Codensity. There's a lot of names that I would have definitely preferred to see there, but HK was fucking clean. For Nova, probably no gamble, no loss. I don't know what Aegis is. Sage, gonna be rooting for Kel, but I don't know shit about Kyrene. Not trying to shit talk the lower half of the Sage bracket, but I definitely felt most of the heavy hitters were in the top half, so I don't know if maybe Kyrene is like above average and just pulled through because of that. Corsair, Leifonda versus Corsa. I think that'll be a bit of a fight. Drac, you got Venav versus Yoshi. I think the Drac fight could be super volatile. Wusa, definitely be a good fight, but my money's on Rujinx. He's just calm and collected. He's always just like a consistently strong player. For Megu, no idea. Probably a coin flip. Scholar, Quicks, and Corrupt Gargoyle. Yeah, I'm kind of indifferent to that fight too. Honestly, kind of indifferent to the rest of them. I mean, I guess in the case of Deadeye, we're going to be pulling for Demo. He is a guildie. Got to root for the guildies. I expect Divios to win Wukong. You think McQueen wins? Yeah, Divios in her earlier was saying that he hopes that DV wins. Otherwise, we'll never hear the end of it from Demo. So maybe I should be rooting for DV. But yeah, it'll be a fun weekend, that's for sure. It'll be a fun weekend. Oh shoot, just 1 second. I'll be back. Yup, Awakened Megu loses all of its pre-awakened protection. Yeah, I don't know enough about the class. I don't see as many people playing it anymore, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's weak. The community's just always like that, right? It's like Awakening Sage. There's a lot less people playing Awakening Sage these days, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's weak. People would just want the strongest, lowest hanging fruit, right? Well, they only go back after nerfs hit, and then you actually have to start putting in some effort into the class. Then they go back to their main, or they go to whatever the next powerful one is. We call those people little pee-pee people. Well, that's certainly the case with some people, but we're not talking about those people. We're talking specifically about the people who refuse to put efforts into their class, and specifically will just chase whatever is the strongest and the easiest for the sake of maintaining their ego. Put stamina bar in a class and it dies? Oh yeah. People don't like having to manage multiple systems at once. Right? When you have a class that actually has to manage and rotate cooldowns and manage stamina, it's way too much. It's one or the other. If you have to rotate cooldowns for movement and manage stamina, yeah, that class is cooked. People won't play it. It's too much for their brains. Guys able to buy paint in the Pearl Shop? Is it? I know that they're adding like an RNG box for 1 billion silver a box. It's like they're trying to do a little bit of deflation. Let's see. Ah. Then imagine if you have a class, I don't know if you even have any more classes, but a class that has a third resource system. When you have to rotate and manage cooldowns for movement, and manage stamina, and have like a third resource system on top of it. Are there any classes that fit that criteria? Does Drac have stamina issues? Does Suck Drac run out of stam? I thought its biggest issue was just it did nothing without ions. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think stamina is an issue for Suck Drac. Dosa definitely doesn't have stam issues. That is for fucking sure. You could have 3 people pressuring a Dosa for fucking ever, and that class is still moving. Awaken direct gas constantly? Yeah, but they don't have a 3rd resource to manage. And like Wukong has a 3rd resource, but its stamina is basically infinite. I would say Sork, but Sork's 3rd resource system allows them to ignore stamina. So, not really. Kind of, but not really. Can we get shards for Sage's stamina? That'd be fun. That'd be fantastic. Change overcharge into building shards, and then we can use shards for stam. Yeah. And sacrifice is very generous. Yeah, right, John? Give a class that doesn't need any more crit chance, more crit chance. That's why I kind of like, though, that there being stamina management required on Awakening Sage. Because it is one of the best gatekeepers of Flavor of the Month players. You always want your class to be strong enough that it does well, but not so strong that the Flavor of the Month players come over. Because as soon as the Flavor of the Month players start flocking to it, that means that you're next up in line to get hit with the Nerf bat, and you never know how hard you're going to get hurt. It could be purpling. I have noticed in AOS, people have adapted a lot better to knowing how to deal with Awakened Sage. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we need more protections. I think we need less protections. But, like, it sounds great at face value to be like, oh, we want more forward guards. But then, like, these classes that basically ignore your forward guard are just gonna have a heyday. Like, Awakened Wusa is so obnoxious with it just constantly. Any class that knows has a reasonable amount of forward guards, it will just literally follow them around and keep spamming the same ability as much as possible on cooldown. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Pinks. And it depends on the ability for the forward guard. I think if you have to be right up next to your target, then it should be SA. But if it has any type of like decent AoE size or range, then it should be forward guard. And then if it has like decent to like anything beyond that, like then it needs to not be forward guard. It should be either unprotected or... Because, I don't know, remember the days when range, being able to hit people from range was considered the protection? I remember those days. But we have so many years of changes now, right? It's kind of necessary, unfortunately. They've kind of gone down this slippery slope of, okay, we got to give these range classes protections because classes got so fast, right? Now you can't really address one without having to address both. Because I think like they gave people range, right? Or range didn't have protection, but range typically, yeah, didn't really have a ton of CCs either. Or they were, you know, a bit slower. But then they started giving other range classes CC, so the range classes were just CCing the range classes. And then in order for the melee classes to get close to the range classes, they had to speed up the range, the melee classes. And then in order for the range classes to actually have a chance with the sped up melee classes, they had to give the range protection. It's been like this constant back and forth arms race of buff one, then buff the other, buff one, buff the other. And now we just have classes that are fucking perma-protected, shooting from range. Now, like, take a look at Archer. How much it moves, how much range it has. Every ability CCs does 1 billion damage. The only thing that class doesn't have going for it is tankiness or sustain. So, you typically can, if you play the right classes, can slowly chip it down. But, yeah. Yeah. What's up, Squirrel? Make finishing touch ignore forward guard? Yeah, could you imagine? I do wonder, though, if you turn off aim assist, you can typically take abilities like that and aim at the ground behind people. With the aim assist on, right, when your reticule lights up red, it'll automatically aim directly at the person, even when you're aiming close. But something like finishing touch, I haven't tested it, but if you turn that off, you might be able to throw it behind forward guards. That might be actually something interesting to test after this. I remember back in the day, not really a PvP situation, definitely not a PvP situation, but back in the day when I was grinding Histria, and I was doing the 7 Elton rotation, there was one pull where you wanted to pull 2 Boltons together, and if you got too close to them, then they would just start doing this range attack that was super annoying, so you wanted to do it from a specific range and then line of sight them so you could get them to stack up. And I played Warrior back then, and with Piercing Spear, if I turned off aim assist, I could actually throw the spear directly between the two, and the AoE of the spear landing would hit both. But with the aim assist on, then it'll pick one or the other, right, and throw it directly at the target and won't hit the other. You can't do that with Dream of Doom, so I doubt it. Yeah, if you can't do it with Dream, then you probably can't. Because that does seem... Well, Dream of Doom is a projectile, where Finishing Touch is like hit scan. So maybe there's a difference there? Because the projectile might take into consideration where the projectile originated from, right? The direction that it originated from. Where something that just kind of manifests itself wherever it starts, then that might be different. It might be worth testing. If somebody could, after this, go to the BA with me with a forward guard. I don't think it'll work, but it is an interesting idea. Not that you would want to turn that off. So many abilities just don't function correctly with that turned off. Dream of Doom can? Well, I just had somebody say it can't, and someone say it can now. I thought maybe, yeah. So we'll have to see. I'll test it here in a second. I'm sure we could find somebody to come in to the BA with me very briefly. It'll take about 2 seconds to test. I just wish you could put Finishing Touch on your hotbar and then keep it locked. Yeah, Dream of Doom might be slightly off because it's a projectile. But like I said, Finishing Touch isn't a projectile. And in general, I think that's true, unless the object is its own entity. So like in the case of Awakened Wusa, right? When it throws its flowers, it's actually based on where the flowers are placed, not the caster. because it's treated like a summon, not actually an ability from the caster. Actually, that might mean too. I know Realm of Anguish is a summon. You might be able to throw that behind forward guards. That might be something interesting to try at the same time. Not that you would ever want to do that, but because it's such a long, unprotected animation. But if they ever gave that ability a forward guard, fuck it, might actually be viable. It's a shame how shitty Realm of Anguish is for both specs now, though. Not that it was ever really good, but at least it did the magic DP debuff in the past. And I'm still super annoyed that when they adjusted Automagia, they only did that for Prime, not for the Absolute. Absolute Automagia working like that would have actually been kind of cool. Automagia should also be its own ability. It shouldn't require Tor's energy. That's why I really wish that they would just make Sage an Ascension class. Rip the two apart from each other, make a whole new main hand for Awakened Sage, and then adapt Suck Sage's main hand and Prime Kit into an Ascension class. I'm sure Novas feel the same way. Just some classes, the main hand just feels so incoherent with the Awakening. I honestly think that they should stop making Ascension/Awakening classes. Or, sorry, Awakening/Succession classes and just only do Ascension now. I think they're just better designed classes. Fun fact, though, Ascensions are basically just Awakening classes, but instead of there being this expectation, right, if they released, like, let's say Scholar, for example, and just called it Awakening, then everybody would be like, where's the Ascension? Or, sorry, where's Succession? Where's Succession? Where's Succession? They'd keep bugging them. So Pearl Abyss said, okay, fine. Just so people won't have the expectation of there needing to be a Succession version of this, we're just going to call it Ascension instead. Ascension is basically just an Awakening class. That's all it is. You take a look at the way it's designed. It's just an Awakening class with no Succession. And then it has a more robust toolkit because of it. Because now you have an Awakening class where they don't constantly have to worry about how strong they're making the main hand. Because that's the biggest issue with Awakening Succession classes. Is the crossover abilities that both kits use, they got to be very careful with. I think most Awakening classes these days, though, are flowcharted. They've dumbed down a lot of Awakenings, a lot, compared to what they originally were. A lot of the older ones, compared to what they originally were. Like, even Sork is a figment of Awakened Warrior as well. Like, two prime examples of classes that were considered, difficult and complex in the past that are exceptionally dumbed down compared to what they used to be. I'm pretty sure that's why Flannels quit Ranger too, because they did that with Ranger recently, right? They're trying to lower the barrier of entry for a lot of these classes. Well, they're flowcharted in a different way, right? Their movement is quite predictable. And then their combo is basically the same every time, like definitely with Warrior. Sorks, it feels like their combo is basically the same every time. Most classes these days, they just have the right combo or the wrong combos. You have like two combos. You have like a fully optimized damage combo that's usually has unprotected parts in it, or you have like a fully protected combo for group fights when you know you can't drop your protection. And then if you do anything else, it's just suboptimal. Old classes do that too, though. It's not just a new class thing. Like, how far back are we going? Like, old classes are doing the exact same thing. What exactly is Warrior doing that's so complicated, though? If there's a grab nearby, then they need to pay a little bit more attention to their positioning, but that goes for all classes. If there is no grab nearby, they're sitting there with their block up, looking at everybody, waiting for an opening, and not having to expend any mental focus on their own rotations and protections because they're able to sit in queue. Well, that's an iframe thing. That's not a complexity thing, then. We're talking about two completely separate things. Yeah, classes that have spammable iframes, they get to the luxury of just living in people. Somebody come to the BA4 with me. Anybody. Anybody. I just need somebody with a forward guard. Deadeye wasn't full SA, though. They had a fuckload of iframes as well. Everything was iframe SA. Now you can actually trade them down. Now they're actually primarily SA. And some SAs return to forward guards. I wish they had NPCs here that had forward guards up. Anybody, please, BA4. Anybody. I just need you, preferably a class with like I better unlock this. Oh, it was unlocked. I don't know. I just think trying to pretend like there's really that big of a difference between new classes and old classes, you're splitting hairs. There's some minor differences, but you're actually just splitting hairs. Yeah. And in the case of Maywa, you hold arm B to move while the other classes actually have to manage multiple cooldowns to move. Like I said, there's differences in different areas, but then in other areas you're extremely dumbed down. Being able to hold arm B and be fully protected moving and not have to worry about managing a cooldown, that's a luxury that other classes don't have. So maybe they have to repay that elsewhere, right? Okay. Oh, I guess I'm not main hand. That definitely looked like it was behind you. Maybe if I'm downhill from you. I might have threw that too far. No, it definitely doesn't look it. That definitely looked like it was behind you. Let me lift my camera more. Maybe that'll help me get a funnier angle on it. That's not even hitting you. What the hell is with the size of the AoE on that? That was definitely behind you. So yeah, with finishing touch, it definitely is the originating. I'm actually curious why Realm doesn't look like it's hitting you at all. That does CC, right? Okay, good, good, good. When you're blocking, it's like that's not hitting at all, but it is hitting him. That's interesting. Yeah. No, it's just... It actually surprised me that Realm of Anguish doesn't. It must mean that Realm of Anguish is a two-parter, where the CC comes out from the player, but the damage comes out from the summon. Main hand BSR? Maybe. The funny thing about main hand BSR is it used to CC like fucking crazy. It used to CC on every hit. I love the old main hand BSR. I better unlock the shit. Thanks for coming, Cowboy. I appreciate it. I was curious about that because I thought maybe. I don't know. People are always so quick to diminish the value of their classes and just focus on the strengths of the other classes instead of thinking of the opposite. For some reason, every single weakness they have to overcome is the worst thing ever. And every single strength another class has is completely undeserved. That's the plague of the BDO mentality. I don't even think it's that they were told it's OP. I think it was primarily because Awakened Dosa was so strong. I think easy mode and hard mode classes are typically decided by how strong they are. I think it's important not to conflate difficulty with effectiveness, because some classes are not difficult, but they're not strong. Or they might be strong, but they are difficult. And to realize that the way those two categories interact with each other has a significant impact on it. Like, Warrior is still a very strong 1v1 class. But by no means are we going to say it's a strong class, because in a lot of situations, it's not doing well. Like in large scale, it's especially with so many fucking block jumps, and you got a class that every single movement is a forward guard, right? But then, right, when it's able to stand still, and they can get pretty tanky. And obviously in this case, we're talking about, I mean, fuck, even in Solera, Warrior's pretty fucking tanky. That's a luxury that a lot of people will conveniently ignore, that it's a pretty big convenience where if you're caught off on the side by one person, you're pretty confident you're always going to get up. And then some other classes, if I get caught on the side by somebody, unless they are absolutely terrible with their combo or completely fuck it up or there's some desync, I have to V every time. Where warriors, yeah, there's a good chance they're getting up. Unless they're getting caught at like lower health. But that's a strength that people will very commonly just ignore and not take any consideration of. Like, another example, take a look at Awakened Guardian. We're not going to say that that's a super strong class. It's certainly easy where you could just do a cookie cutter rotation, but that doesn't mean it's strong. So the real thing we're talking about here then is something being overtuned or not. It has nothing to do with the actual complexity. I think people just like to put themselves up on a pedestal and act like their class is the hardest thing ever. You could probably take nearly any class in this game and do just 3 wrong changes and you can make it completely worthless, or 3 right changes and it becomes the new fucking Thanos class. That's more of a balanced conversation. Take a look at Meiwa too, right? They had to nerf the stubs. They had to nerf the mana drain. Because it was like just a couple of the wrong changes. All of a sudden, it's fucking broken. Every Meiwa's doing the exact same thing and being effective. I promise you could do that with any class in the game. Just a couple of the wrong changes can make it go from mediocre to busted, or vice versa. I wouldn't even say, also back to like the Suckdosa thing, I wouldn't even say that it's that popular anymore. But I think its recent rise in popularity has more to do with Awakened Dosa being nerfed. Yeah, and I'm trying to say what you are trying to say overlaps heavily with that point. That the classes you're pointing out have balancing problems, specifically, which allows them to get away with that. You start taking more of those super armors away from Scholar, and put more forward guards there, or maybe some remove some protections, all of a sudden it's not able to just rotate the same flow, the same rotation, flowing it the same way every time. Now they have to start taking more, because a lot of the change-ups you have to do with possibly making up for lacks of protection or changing protection, specifically forward guards or being unprotected. It's like, oh, okay, well, I have to change it up because now I'm too close to get away with this ability, right? Where Scholars specifically, like, it's just so fucking protected and so iframey. It just is doing the same thing. And it can get away with it. Well, neither of those are Ascension classes. That's where we started. You were specifically targeting Ascension classes, and now you're pivoting to Awakened and Suck. And I think that's why we actually have a problem with both those kits, because they're trying so desperately to make sure both of them aren't overpowered, and instead both of them are getting completely gutted from the inside, because every time they want to address anything related to either of those two specs, they have to specifically be like, okay, these main hand abilities, we got to make sure we don't touch them too much, because it could make Awaken too strong, or it could make Suck too strong, right? That's why I think Ascension is a better opportunity to create more full kits. Yeah, and that's a balancing issue with those. They decided to take a class that was already crazy and large scale, and they realized the only way to make it strong in Solaire is to just give it unlimited stamina, and yeah, it was able to carry over its damage while having unlimited stamina and absolutely crazy movement. I think it's important that some classes just recognize, okay, we're a large scale class. I think we're going to see more and more of this as they try to make large scale classes also effective in like AOS. Like, I'm worried about Sucksage, especially with how shitty it's performing right now, because it's a very strong large scale class. And I am worried that they're going to try to modernize it for AOS, and it's going to be absolutely absurd. Wukong is one change away from being the next Thanos. You give it a good catch, and that class is fucking ridiculous. That's the one thing it doesn't have going for it, is it doesn't have a ton of catches. But it does have that grab pressure, even if it doesn't throw the grab, right? Whenever you're fighting a class and you know it has a grab, it forces you to play differently around it, and typically is a little more stressful on your stamina. But, like, if you take a look at, for example, like Striker versus Wukong, and you just count the number of CCs being thrown out, it's actually insane, the difference. I think it's dangerously close to being Scholar. I'm scared once it gets its core and its Magnus, what happens with Wukong. Because it has a very complete toolkit for movement. And it has really good, like, and extremely large AoE damage. Yeah. I think it also, though, I think he has the advantage in that setup, because how many Wukongs do you really fight? Especially good Wukongs. That's one advantage that new classes have, is everybody they're fighting, they still know, like, when Divios hops on a new class, he maintains all the knowledge of what all the other classes do. But when you're fighting a new class for the first time, you don't know what it does. I bet if you actually took some time to figure out where the actual, like, CCs were that you had to worry about, I think it would dramatically change how threatened you felt by it. Don't get me wrong, it would still feel super annoying. Because, yeah, that class is just super, super annoying with how effective it is at always staying near you. Well, that's the thing, is once you know where a class is where its CCs are, and where its damage is, then you can start properly rotating your super armors and your forward guards, right? Once you know, okay, that's the big ability, forward guard or iframe that. That ability, sure, it looks big, but it doesn't do much damage. I'll just SA that. I mean, you take a look at the Masterclass tournament that just happened in the last minute. There's a lot of matchups where you could tell the people who took the time to learn where the damage was coming out and what they needed to avoid versus the people who didn't. The people who just focused on catching and catching exclusively. The people who were effective at doing both did significantly better. Like, Poogie is really, really good at catching and keeping himself protected, but him against Greeds there, Greeds had a clear advantage in the last minute because he looked like he was significantly more effective at knowing where to avoid the damage and where to deliver it. Oh, fuck. I gotta remember not to climb up on there. It gives you please try again every time. I think it has to do with the AoE it's doing. Yeah. I think you have two very different classes too, right? Between Wukong and your class. Your class has a fuckload more protections than a fuckload more catches than a Wukong has. And yeah, that kind of leans back into that environmental thing too, right? Yeah. Stub arrows, being able to throw them as often as you guys can is insane. Yeah, that's kind of a silly thing. That's gotta be a bug. I could definitely see why Wukong would feel so annoying for a Meiwa, because it does just have, like, infinite protections if it wants to, and it's just dumping giant AoE damage, forcing you to do nothing but run from it, because if it doesn't want to be caught, it won't, and it's just constantly whittling away at you. And then you can't get complacent with your movement, because that grab threat, even if they never throw it, that doesn't change the fact that it's there. I remember back before they centralized the servers, I had a 50-50 chance, even if I used my grab perfectly, I had a 50-50 chance of it putting me in a grab animation, even when they're not in my hands. And that would almost always result in me getting fucked because of it. So what I would end up doing is I would just never grab. Because it was just always better to always have the grab available and keep them guessing than to throw it and then give them that 15 seconds of knowing they can do whatever the fuck they want. So it was actually better. Most of the time it was more effective to just not throw it. So the other person always had to be wondering, okay, or mindful, in case I did. Yeah, it definitely is the worst for it, Beefy. And I think that has to do with the fact that it has 2 grabs in one. Depending on your range to the person, I think what's happening is obviously when you're fighting somebody, where they're at on your screen versus where they're at on their screen, and where the server's going to agree they're truly at, is slightly different between all 3, right? And I think when you throw the grab, and on your client it's ranged, but on theirs it's melee range, then it causes this confusion when both clients are telling the server, oh yeah, he landed a range grab on me, and then your client's like, no, I landed the melee grab, and it just doesn't know what the fuck to do with itself. I think that's largely why it happens so often with Awakening Sage. I actually wish they would just get rid of Awakened Sage grab and Awakened Sage range grab and just make it a melee grab. I think we needed the range grab initially, but we have more than enough ways now to close the gap between Impaling, Flash, Judgment, Lightning Surge. We have fantastic ways to close the gap that I think us having a range grab is obsolete. I would rather it just be the melee grab now. I think in some situations that would make it weaker, but I think it would just make our grab more consistent and more reliable. Or, more importantly, less buggy. It was so crazy. Fucking had a match yesterday where a ninja was chasing me around for like a fucking minute and a half, and I'm just struggling with my stamina. He eventually catches me. IV. He's instantly on me again. Runs me out of stamina again. Catches me. I die. And he doesn't even need a second to stop and catch his breath. He's just immediately on the next person. It's fucking unreal. That class needs some stamina adjustment. It's so absurd how protected it is and how much it moves. And the fact that it just doesn't feel like it runs out of stam. Kuno as well, yeah. I don't know how the stam is on Sukuno, but I know both of them piss me off. I don't know what they did to both of those classes, but holy fuck. Makes me think they shouldn't have touched our overcharge bolt and maybe just put the forward guard on Lightning Prison. I also think when they put the forward guard on Lightning Prison, they should have actually made Interrogate an SA. I think moving the SA to Interrogate and just swapping those two protections would have made more sense. That's so crazy. I was talking with Calb. Him explaining how many fully protected SA CCs that a Kuno has versus like Sage. I don't completely hate the forward guard on Lightning Prison. There's some matchups where I actually really like the forward guard on it. But, I mean, if I had to choose between the two, I think the SA on Lightning Prison is more useful in more situations than the handful of situations where the forward guard is useful. Part of me thinks that they put the forward guard on Lightning Prison not intended for a PvP nerf. I honestly think that was intended as a PvE buff, and they were thinking more along the lines of that. Yeah, no, that's exactly right, Pinks. Oh my god, Moxito finally followed? It only took 2 years! Holy! Sage is the only meta class that has counters. It definitely... I'd be interested on Calb's perspective on this, but I definitely find that a lot of teams that I fight against treat Awakened Sage like they're the win con. Whether there's an Awakened Sage on the other team or Awakened Sage on our, like, well, obviously there's always going to be an Awakened Sage on my team. It's me. I don't know if that's necessary. It might be because of two different reasons, though, right? One, you know, they know that it's forward guarded, but two, it's another one of those things where if you leave Awakened Sage alone, it has such awesome damage too, right? So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, but at least, unlike a Sork, for example, right? Like if you leave a Sork alone, it will wreak havoc upon your teammates. But if you pressure it, you feel like you're wasting your time. Sage is kind of the same deal, except if you pressure it, you feel like you're wasting your time until it runs out of time because it ran out of stamina. I don't think it has counters outside of other S tier classes, but it seems the most punishable S tier class. Yeah, and that kind of goes to what I said, right? Because it's the most punishable S tier class. Because it's an S tier class, you don't want to leave it alone to wreak havoc upon you. So, because it is the most punishable S tier class, it encourages you to, in an effort to not only try to catch it, but also to reduce how punishing it is if you leave it. It's just a good class to focus. And there's a lot of good players that are getting a lot better at dealing with Awakened Sages. I think one of the biggest issues last season is prior to last season when Awakened Sage was completely busted, there was only a handful of Sages that were actively playing AOS. But, so people didn't really have a ton of practice against it. But I think now there's a reasonable amount that they're running into it often enough that they're starting to get more comfortable with it, even though it's a, you know, it's definitely still a strong class. I'm not trying to say it isn't, but people are becoming a lot more effective at recognizing the strengths and weaknesses of it. Like at first, like Maywas would just, they would just kind of do whatever, right? Where now, Maywas, you see them just constantly skirting the outsides because they know, like, with the way the Sage is constantly moving back and forth, as soon as it commits to one ability on someone else and it's not paying attention to where the Maywa is, that Maywa's just instantly, quick little stub on its ass. Yeah. Honestly, with how protected they're making everybody, Pinks, I don't even hate the idea of giving everybody a grab at this point. I'm also getting sick and tired of just the constant grab debate. I also think it would be kind of funny, all of the non-grab classes having the eye-opening experience that the most of the time they actually catch a grab class, it's because they threw the grab. So many non-grab classes do not, it feels like they just do not realize that most of the time they're catching certain classes, it's because they tried to throw a grab. Yeah, the Maewas who get caught more, it's because they're the ones getting greedy, the ones that are getting grabbed. You're really good with your positioning and making sure you're not in a position to put yourself at a risk for a grab, unless there's a good reason to. Yep. I'd say that's accurate. Because that's exactly how, like, Forest Hunter and Suna play. When you're fighting a team with either of those guys on the other comp, you feel like most of the fight, you're like, oh, this is like a 3v2. That Musa's nowhere. But the Musa's always... He's always there, you know? He's just waiting for that fucking one mistake. For you to forget he's over there, and then all of a sudden he's on your ass. Or when your teammate gets a catch, he's in there to instantly blow it up. I can't wait for Scholar. I'm actually really interested in Scholar. I hope they don't fuck it up. But I'm unironically quite excited for it. Did I say Scholar? I meant Savior. Oh great, now I'm gonna die. That's 2 times in 2 days. Yo, I lived again though! Up huge! Steam Machine, huh? What is this? Where's the fucking price? Oh, here's the hardware. Why is it not showing the price on here? So now that Valve has announced new hardware, HL3 incoming 3 new products announced today, one of which is a cube. When you cube something, you're doing 3. Okay. Is Delaware free today? I haven't seen him around. Yeah, I'm curious on the price, because that does seem like something that'd be pretty cool for the living room. Yeah, it's more or less a mini PC, but obviously specialized, probably with some software for specifically Steam. That's what she said. Oh, what's up, Tycoon? Oh, I'm missing some buffs. I get some shit like every 4 to 6 hours, depending on market volume, will encourage it like to go up or down, depending on how many orders there are, whether it's max or min price, and the volume of movement. For example, right, if you take a look at the Lightstone market, right, sales do, yeah, and this is the perfect example, right? If you take a look at Lightstone prices, if you take a look at the amplified Lightstones, you'll see things like Amplified Twisted and Amplified Strike are way higher than things like Amplified, here, just one second, let me, when I can pull it up, I'll show you what I mean, but like, if you take a look at like Lightstones that are available on the market where the non-amplified versions are sitting there, but the amplified versions are not for some of them, and you take a look at the price differences, there are people who are more than willing to actually buy like an amplified Rage, for example, because they don't want to have to go out and grind the specific end times for it. But there just isn't enough of those people to cause those items to actually go up fast enough. And that's why they lag behind. Where instead, things like Amplified Twisted, basically everybody want, and they want it as soon as possible so they can come out here and grind. And those ones were the first ones to hit. Start hitting the market, because the difference, the price difference between the two was able to grow large enough that anybody with end times now looks at them and says, well, if I want to get more money out of my end times, I'll make those and sell them, right? And yeah, even though the amount of end times and the value of the end times being used for both of those items is exactly the same, the market just has not caught up quick enough with those items because there hasn't been a large enough volume of transactions or demand. Because that's effectively what's happening, right? Because the magical shards and the magical lightstones you use, those have a pretty fixed price. And the bases, base lightstones, they have a fixed price, right? Not a, like, they're available on the market. So the gap between the normal lightstone and the amplified lightstone have a lot to do with the demand that there currently is for crystallized energy of end times. But they both take the same amount of end times, 30 to upgrade, right? So hypothetically, they should both, like, if the difference between Twisted and Amplified Twisted is 1.5 bill, that means people are paying 1.5 bill for 30 crystallized energy of end times, minus 1.5 bill minus the value of the magical shards and lightstones, and then the remainder is divided amongst the 30 crystallized energy of end times. That can give you a rough idea of the premium they're paying for crystallized energy of end times, right? So you would think if they're willing to pay a premium, let's say 50 mil in energy of end times, it should be a 1.5 bill increase for any lightstone that uses 30 crystallized energy of end times. But and that's also the reason why people don't bother selling the other ones, right? So, like, if we use these lightstones as an example, right? You have a predation, which is 8 bill, but an amplified predation. Look at that. In what world is anybody... Actually, I didn't realize it had such a low cap on it. In what world would you ever bother doing that? Use 30 crystallized energy of end times. Because that's the primary difference between these, right? Is the crystallized energy of end times. Does it not let me switch this while this other window is open? Well, that's lame. So why would you do this? Especially when you could sell 30 crystallized energy of end times. Like, 3 of those is basically the price of that lightstone. So there's no world where you'd ever want to sell these. Where then you have something like a shadows, right? An amplified shadows is 2 bill, and a normal shadows, okay, that's 2.2, and a normal shadows is 100 mil. So that means they're basically paying 2.2 bill. 100 of that being the magical light stones. 100 mil of that being the magical light stones. So that brings it down to 2 bill. And another 150 mil of that. I think magical shards are still. 1 second. Yeah, 500. So, and it takes 50 of these. So that's 250 mil. So 350 mil to the other things. That leaves a difference of 1.8 bill. That effectively means people are paying 1.8 bill for 30 crystallized energy of end times. You take 1.8 divided by 30. That's 60 mil a pop. You can only sell these individually for 30 mil a pop. So you're effectively doubling your money by crafting those things instead of dumping those on the market. Damn, it's already 1:30, huh? What are the skills on all the pets? Oh, I don't know. Death penalty reduction, that's the primary reason I use them. Oh, it's nighttime again, isn't it? Oh, what's up, Tragic? I'm doing pretty good. Having a super chill day. No face cam? No, we don't need a face cam every day. You guys know what I look like, right? And what kind of face content would that be? Me staring at my character as he shoots lightning bolts at his enemies? Oh. What the hell? What is wrong with you? True or false, range grabs fucks melee grabs. What do you mean by that? I think they both have their advantages and disadvantages. I tell you this, I would trade my grab for warrior grab in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even hesitate or think twice about it. Problem with warrior grab is that your setup isn't as good. Yes, it is. It used to not be as good. They do head chase, solar flare, grab. I do head chase, lightning surge, grab. That is exactly the same thing. Before, lightning surge wasn't protected. Not or enough? That's true. When you just got that block up and you're just doing the little... Here, let me 1 second. Let me turn the camera on. You're right. Can't do that shit. Loot scroll? Oh, I appreciate you. How you liking Striker, by the way, Bingy? Yeah. Awakening just kind of it. Crazy how mobile and how protected it is these days. They definitely made it easier with how heavy it lingers. It's about time for Old Man Zeth to pick it up. I think you have a skewed perspective, Bingy. You primarily play perma-protected classes, so the only time you do get caught is from grabs. It's like the old days. Remember back in Season 2 when Suck Megu was busted? Well, the first, like, 3 weeks of that, Suck Sage was completely busted, too. And every Suck Sage that I would see streaming their games, they would always piss and moan about grabs, because that was the only way they were ever caught. You don't play that anymore, though, Bingy. Let's not pretend. You used to play. Yeah, but you don't play it anymore. Right? Anyways, point is, permit protected classes are always going to complain about grabs because whatever you're complaining about is always going to be what's going to be irritating you the most. And when you play perma protected classes, typically, you're going to complain about grabs the most because that's the thing that's going to catch you the most. A lot of people are completely incapable of recognizing their own biases. I recognize I hate ninja players. Same. Absolute same. And Kunos too. I think you're heavily affected by the grass is greener syndrome. Not just on this topic, but on a lot of the previous topics we've talked about over the years. You are a personality that is extremely subjective to that. Do we think Savior's going to come out during the ball? It's going to come out the maintenance after the ball. But yes, it's going to come out at that time. There's probably been only one ball in the history of BDO where we didn't get a new class. They do 2 classes a year, and they announce the new one. They release the one at the ball, and they announce the next one to look forward at the next ball. I agree, Shiloh. I would have preferred for them to fix the desync if it were possible. Clearly it wasn't. But let's assume it was possible. I would have much preferred for them to fix the desync that comes with mouse to move. I think that would have been the ideal outcome. But it's clear that that was not fixable. And if removing it means that it makes the game a more consistent experience, obviously not the most, it's not perfect, but makes it a more consistent experience for everyone, I think that's fine. I think that's an optimal change. It's a good change. I think any class, specifically Zerkers and Lawns, who think that everybody else needs to deal with all the desync that came with mouse move just to cater to them and what they were used to, are completely self-entitled narcissists. Oh, I think vacuums are a completely separate problem. I don't think they need to be correlated with each other, but vacuums are a form of CC and certainly need to be treated as one. Especially when you consider some classes, holy do they get fucked by vacuums. A vacuum like a Awakened Nova or a Valk, I don't have as much of an issue with as Awakened Mystic Vacuum. Awakened Mystic Vacuum is an abomination. It's ready way too often, and it's way too strong for its availability. I don't mind Awakened Valk Vacuum being strong because it's definitely a much longer cooldown than the Awakened Mystic one, right? But when you have a vacuum that's ready, available that frequent, it absolutely fucks classes without significant iframes to get out of them. If you're a class that, like, you could burn half your stamina bar just trying to keep yourself protected while you're stuck in a vacuum for some classes. Luckily, I'm a sage, so while I'm in the vacuum I could do this, or I could just do this and rift out of it. Not that I want to do that. Unfortunately, I can't Divine Executioner out it. Even if I get up in the air over it and do this, the vacuum will still keep me in place while I'm in the air. Here, I'll be back in a minute, you guys. But, yeah. I don't have a specific... I think vacuums are annoying, but Awakened Mystic Vacuum is a fucking problem. Oh, hey, chat. I think it's time for me to head out. I had to go pick up my daughter in about 20 minutes. So, thanks for hanging out today. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Good luck with your grinds. Good luck with your enhancing. Good luck with your Solaire matches. I'll probably do some Solaire tonight too. I should have some time to do some Solaire tonight. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Vert. Mr. Vert. I'm going to send you guys over to Vert. Thanks for hanging out today. Go say hi to my boy Vert. One of the homies that I've been playing this game with for nearly as long as this game's been out. We'll catch you all later.